Hmm. I like the whispered hints. I'm fine with the whispered hints. Alright, shoot. New card. Do, 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 do. Okay. Hello. Yep. Spoiler warning. The spoiler the warning. Also fanfic warning. Don't write fanfics. You're not allowed to write fanfics, everyone. Just that, because Outer Wilds had some truly excellent fanfics. Like, God. Truly excellent fanfics. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah. We were about to go get ourselves... Okay. Right, so recap of what happened at the end as my connection was dying. I felt a sneeze coming on, but I haven't sneezed yet. Hang on. Anyway. So. After we jumped into the villa... Why am I getting stick? There we go. After we jump into the villa... this character walks backwards very slowly. It's annoying. Anyway, we jumped into the villa. We accosted the lady who was very mad at us for just asking questions. We said hi to the Malayalis. And he told us that Scintillas was last seen like over here. So, we'll go through. And get loading screened. Oh yeah, no, right, before that. And so when we were about to go in there, our gladiator boy told us that he saw some kind of beastie. Some kind of beastie that like had like its skin flayed off or something. Big yikes. So time to get flayed, I guess. Is that our beastie? Okay, let's... I don't think I can make it past the beastie. So we need to kill the beastie somehow. Oh god, this is really annoying. The way the loading is working. I'm sorry, laptop. I'm being very mean to you right now. I'm sorry.
Couldn't stay away, huh, lovely?
Well, let's
Listen,
try asking this
I
again.
don't...
No.
What?
Okay. Alright, so we can't progress there until we figured out how to kill the beastie. Okay. I guess let's try talking to you again.
Harvey, we're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Yep, we've had this conversation before.
Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here. I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
I couldn't stop it from being broken.
Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered, and do better next time. Now, I assume you've sought me out again for a reason.
All right, let's talk about who's going to break the rule.
Of course. What is it?
Oh. Well, no, looks like we need more
Did
time.
you say? It doesn't matter. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation.
Okay. What's your story?
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians.
And how'd you end up here?
My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest.
Yes, Baron, this is in fact that game. We have entered the city, people have been turned into gold, and when someone fucks up here, everyone is going to get turned into gold. So, it's fun.
Very
Right.
well.
Can you release Dooley?
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been.
But, like, what exactly did he do?
Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass.
I don't
The
think
man has no
trespass is a crime.
self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else?
All right.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
So we need to... How do I... How do I select these? Okay, there we go. Finally, jeez. Yep, we need to do something about Opius. Something for Livia. Right, yeah. A bow. We do need a bow. We have arrows. But we need a bow. We need to do something about that armed man. Yep. The assassin who's trying to kill everyone. Because we're like a cult or something. We need to free Dooley. Which means we need to get Galerius elected. Which means we need to make him popular. We need to get into the palace, say hi to Navia. And we need to do something about Decius, right. And then Scintilla. Yes. But of course we'll need to be able to talk to Yulia, but Yulia is like not doing well. And Opius is very not doing well given that he jumped to his death. So that'll have to be in another attempt. But we do know something about where she is, which means that we need to get down to that place below the villa. Which means we need to deal with that golden boy over there. Which means kill him, but I don't know how to kill him. Yep, okay. Some people mentioned a river, so we need to listen to more stories. Got it. Golden rule stuff. Yep. And then, yep, make that paradox so we can live. And what have we done so far? Treated rheumatism, gotten into the villa. Got it. Okay. So I guess we can head back through here.
Citizen,
Find you. So if you're not here, where are you? Hey Barb, we don't know that. For all we know, killing guys is good.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Okay.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
You,
Salve,
rich
stranger,
boy.
and
Or,
welcome
no.
to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we?
What's your story?
You mean how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Let's hear it.
All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing, named the Camphor, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables.
She should have liked it.
But, to my surprise, we make it. And I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
You chose the cart, didn't you?
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber.
Good for her. And yeah, I don't think he took her with him. I don't think he did. I don't think Decius would do that.
Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Sounds like you got what you deserved. No, I need him to be nice to me. Commiserations. Yep. Sorry that happened to you, buddy.
Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you, there must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
Alright, hey bud, do you think you can hook me up with some silphium resin?
Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
How should I get 1,000 denarii?
That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years?
Actually, no, Orlov, that's not true. We've seen that trigger the golden rule, but in an alternate timeline, I triggered the golden rule by stealing a little bit of money. So we're not allowed to steal. That's all we know. And possibly the assassin attempting to murder me is also against the rule, but we don't know that. Something else could have happened simultaneously, you know? So, yeah, buddy, why are you price gouging? Why do you care about 1,000 denarii if you can just grab one of these statues and go home?
Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it.
I do want to take it. Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Never mind.
You sure you're feeling alright? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands.
Oh, so you listen to Lucretia when it's convenient, and then when you can make money off of it, you don't. Okay, okay.
She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace, and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this Silphium or not?
I don't have that kind of money.
Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget?
What do you think about the golden rule?
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk.
Didn't the magistrate ban weapons?
Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet.
I'm not getting you a bow.
No need to decide on anything yet. Just sleep on it, yeah?
Who are you gonna vote for?
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
Okay. Interesting.
Certainly. Very well. Another time.
Oppius the thief stole my purse, and I... You know, I admire the kind of person who has the, like, statues coming after you, and you're just, like, writing graffiti. Like, that's... I respect that. Don't I already have a loaf of bread? I do. Bread. Bread. Okay, so we're not going there. That's where the assassin is. He'll kill us and trigger the rule. But... where's the thing that breaks?
Salve.
You.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? I wish we could have met under better circumstances.
What's your story?
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
I love ingenious architecture and the mysterious history.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
But isn't it that common for Romans to have some Greek art and architecture?
Well, yes, that could be the reason. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
Tell me about architecture.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
What was I gonna think. I had a thought. And then I lost the thought. Oh yeah, I don't... Is he French? Or maybe he's like Belgian or something. Something feels like distinctly German about him. Even though he's generally French. Can we use the aqueducts to escape?
Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible. But you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it.
Maybe. Maybe I just don't know Frenchies well enough, which is probably very accurate, actually. Tell me about that temple over there.
You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know.
I see.
Of course.
Do you know how to get out of... No, we already talked about that. And I don't care what he thinks about the Golden Rule. I noticed the graffiti. Why does someone think you're a sinner?
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
Doomed Yowie? You like men?
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi.
Sorry to hear that, bud.
Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
Do you know who's writing that graffiti? It's probably one of the fucking Christians.
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that?
I can
If there
believe
are
that.
any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the Golden Rule.
I mean, I can believe that that exists, not that I believe in it. Yeah. It's probably Octavia, right?
Really? Who is it?
Oh, Rufius. Oh, yeah, that Rufius. Yep. It's Rufius.
You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Hey, that's mean of you, game. That's a very mean sound effect for me not needing to do anything. Not yet.
I would talk to him myself, but I think that would just inflame the situation. It's probably best if you do it, if you don't mind.
Okay. Who are you voting for?
Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision.
Anything I can do to change that?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
I see. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Some people say it's divine, the work of a god. But I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly...
The gods were very
I mean,
flawed.
once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care. Which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you?
I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
Alright, thanks,
Nice
bud.
to talk to you.
Virgil is cool. Shovel. Hammer. Lamp. A note. Virgil, they may not see you yet, but I want you to know, I see you. Freaking Christians. Virgil, I know who you are and what you want. Turn away from this path before we all suffer for your sins. Virgil, do you really want to be responsible for the sin that destroys us all? Rufus, I think you're Rufus, bud, you need help. Anvil. Anvil being brick. Big iron brick.
Salve.
Okay. Alright. So where's the lady who's going to run up into that temple and get herself killed? Oh wait, what's this path? Hang on. I'm more curious about this path now. Graffiti. Oh, wait. We saw that in a much smaller place. Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally, buddy. Communal toilets. Yay! Yay! Sponge on a stick. Let's put that down. Is there anything else here? Okay. Wait, that's how I got here. And what's over here this way? So if we can get up there somehow, that would be useful. Okay. Should I zip line? No, it's not zip line. I do want to try and get over to that temple. Right, this is where Navia... Yep, that's what I was thinking. What's that noise? Okay. So let's try and get up to the temple. Once we're there, then I'll have other plans. But for now, temple. And my plans are, 1, talk to the priestess lady. And then 2, get that bow from the assassin. Like the statues have told me to do. Okay, okay. We were up here before. I see. I understand. This is where our boy jumped. Yep, this is where our boy jumped. Great Temple door is locked. Am I being invisible walled? Being invisible walled. Okay. So let's go to... Yeah, okay. Let's go to Rufius. Does that imply that there are places you can sin where you won't get punished for it? I want to zip line, but I want to see what's going on here first. Okay, so there's coins in the theater. There's some coins here. I guess we can buy that hot goss from, what? Huh? Okay, I can change the way that this looks. That's weird. Let's not do that. What if I don't want historical or cinematic or any of those? What if I just want default? Give me default, game. Okay, we got our spiral staircase of some kind. Ooh, okay. That's some real money there. So here, this spiral staircase has money. Where is the spiral staircase in relation to everything else? Okay, so from here, we go straight to get to the forum and stuff, and right to get over to that extremely moneyed spiral staircase. Not extremely moneyed, okay? I'm not even making 1,000 denarii. And you... I need to find some way of breaking the statues. Even though they have people in them. Or maybe I just have to wait until the end, right? When I'm allowed to do that.
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do?
Citizen?
What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax, get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
I love your clothes. Back again. Couldn't stay away, huh?
Heard any interesting gossip?
Certainly. for 10 denarii.
Here's 10
Have
denarii.
you met Livia? She used to do my hair until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair.
Here's more money.
I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is.
I see.
Whatever you like.
That was not
All right. See
helpful.
ya.
Wasted my goddamn money.
Fortune smile on you, sister.
Ah, you again.
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about.
I know it was
I
you.
love your clothes.
Look,
So
I
exhausting.
haven't been at my best lately. I know that.
Aurelia, stop trying to flirt with
It's
me.
the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. And I know I said I owe you one. So I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Sure, buddy.
What is it, citizen?
Who are you voting for?
Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change.
It's too bad.
I suppose it is.
Cool.
All right?
Citizen.
Alrighty. So now let's go by a hopefully more direct route over to our gay boy. At the branching paths. No, we need to stay on track. We need to go say hi to gay boy. I wonder if that... Okay, I can't do that into the... Oh, what if there's something behind the waterfall? Okay, we're gonna try that.
Any news about my secret admirer? Have you spoken to him about it?
Yep, he won't be bothering you anymore.
Really? How did you manage that?
He was angry because he had joint pain.
Ah, poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
Happy to help. He's gonna clean up the graffiti too.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him.
Virgil X Rufius.
Nice to talk to you.
Homophobic to gay pipeline. All right, let's try it. Did not appear to help. Did not appear to help. What's this? Okay, we might have to do it farther up above the waterfall. Because we cannot get through that waterfall. Alright, let's resolve another lead though. Is that one of the big ones? Oh yeah, it is. Cool. Okay, priestess lady. We figured things out.
Arve again. Did you find what you need?
Yep, I've been asking people how they wound up here.
And did you notice anything? A pattern?
Some people mentioned a coin.
Yes. I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else?
And a river.
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
And memory lapses.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here?
Yes.
And did you happen to catch her name?
Karen.
I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood?
She was wearing a hoodie. Oh my god.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
It's not safe there. There's an assassin.
What? How could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it? Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
I mean, I guess I can try and take his bow. Is there anything else to be doing? Steal the resin. Break into the palace. I need to get creative for neutralizing that armed man. Okay, well, we can give it a shot. So first we need to talk to the cowering lady and make sure she does not go in there.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
How is it my problem?
Are you daft or just callous? If you don't stop him, we're all going to die.
Ooh, thunder. Alright, sure.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
Do not go in there.
What? Why?
Just trust me.
All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Oh, cool. She's not gonna... Actually, I'm curious. What if I... Do I get... We got Nancy. You are dead. Yep. We have not linked with any statues. And now it is time. Oh, how can we get the statues to help us? That's a question. What's here? That's another question. Oh. Now this is really a question. A loading screen. I feel very questioned right now. And a lit torch. So people have been here. Curiouser and curiouser. A liar. A Greek liar, in fact. Oh, this is a bit spooky. Oh, it's an invisible wall. Dang. Is this also an invisible wall? It is. Where is this? And who are you?
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
Sure, I'm Sato.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
I just found the place by accident.
Then perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets of this place. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Nope.
You have much to learn. It's best if you figure it out on your own. Come back once you've made progress.
Are you the god? Yeah, come on, tell me.
You should speak with your contemporaries in the city above. Ask them about their stories and see if you detect a pattern of some sort. It is best if you come to this realization for yourself. You would never believe me if I told you.
Or it's Karen.
Ah, you've returned. I will tell you the one.
No, okay, I wanted to get your name, but I guess not. Okay, was that really all that this path was doing? No, there's something here as well. Your sleeping quarters. In a bathtub. Okay. Okay, let's check up again.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable.
I'm not convinced that he's... No, he's definitely Greek. He's probably the god. Okay, that seems like it's a way back. Oh, what is there? A locked door.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand.
An unknown Greek general. Parkour, baby. Yay, parkour. Okay, I guess we had... It's down there. Yeah, there's nothing beyond the waterfall? Okay. Nothing but some glowies? Okay.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable.
Okay, I guess there's nothing for it but to, try going after the assassin. Greek statue of a woman. Right? That's what I'm saying, Orlov. It was Beyonce, clearly. A local Greek resident knows more about her. But wait, do I know any Greeks? None of y'all are Greek. Is Domitius Greek? Hannibal is probably dead. Kavash might be Greek. Lucretia, is she Greek? I'll try asking Lucretia about it. So that goddess is on our side, question mark? Hey Lucretia, what are your thoughts about this flashlight? I think Apollo is one of the ones that they kept the same name. No.
All right. Well, thanks again for helping.
Oh wait, hang on. Wait, what? Where are you from?
Feeling she was poisoned.
That's not right.
So enough. Get me. I don't care.
Just
I'm Lucretia, and I'm tired.
And how'd you end up
My
here?
husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Rome I would have divorced, so I waited as he prepared to evacuate. I could barely see. The next thing.
Okay.
All right. Well.
Okay. So that was interesting. Lucretia is not Greek. This place has where the Greek boy is under it, though. And Virgil's not Greek either. So, it's unclear.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius.
Doesn't matter what I say, you're gonna try and kill me anyway. Yep, he's in a villa over there. He goes by... Oh, yes, let's try this. Yep, I saw him worshipping a small round shrine just inside the city. You know, second building on your left.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now. But you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Uh-huh, totally, bud. No, can the election slow down a little bit? I need this guy to die so I can take his bow. Clearly I'm allowed to lie, though, which is interesting.
Curse you, cultist.
Okay. We have the bow. Emperor Nero has ordered the execution of Malleolus. Take his money. And take his $1. Sure is fortunate that he ended up right over there. Anyway, now we can head over to Baker Girl.
You took care of him?
Yep, he died.
Accident? So, it's over? Oh, I do have a question.
If I said yes, I'd be admitting to murder.
I don't understand. Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia.
Sure, I'm gonna skip past the dialogue because other stuff is happening on the side.
Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and...
Actually,
to
no.
help out
Forget
where
about
I
that. Who
can.
cares? How'd you get here?
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son.
Fisherman's son, you say?
Spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead.
Oh no.
Anyway, I went searching for help. Stumbled across the trapdoor temple.
It's odd. Most of the others were in Rome.
Oh yeah. I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. Who knows what their plans are for us?
Okay. You know how to get out?
You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables. And Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. And Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days.
Fair enough. Actually, no, wait. That was KG.
Well, I'm just saying.
I don't belong here.
Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but that doesn't mean you don't belong, does it?
Great. What do you think about the golden rule?
Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we?
I like your optimism.
Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Ooh, I bet my friend Georgius would like...
The many shall suffer
Okay.
for the sins of the one.
That was too slow.
Save yourselves!
I fear there's probably a better path that I could be taking, but whatever. Alright, so next time we're gonna make sure that our boy doesn't kill himself. And then we're gonna hopefully try and actually watch the election. Because I would like to watch the election. Well, yeah, we timed out and something happened where when Malleolus made his proclamation or whatever at the election that we didn't watch because we were busy talking to a girl. Okay. Hey, bud.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost?
Hey, I need you to take care of some things urgently.
Sounds serious. I'm listening.
Okay, that's cool. I like that. Rufius has been threatening Virgil, but if you give him some of this willow bark, it'll treat his rheumatism and it'll settle down.
Oh, Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. All right, got it.
and stop Fabia entering the empty shrine until the new arrival. He'll find what he's looking for in there.
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Galerius, you're so good. Thank you, Galerius, you're a goddamn hero.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Because I'm cool and hot. Wait, hang on. Can I just get more money by abusing time loop? Can I do that?
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
What? What do you know about me?
The ocean accepts, but it does not.
What does she know about
the
me?
newly arrived are...
What does she know? Where am I going? Yes, this way to get more money. Because if we have 1,000 money, then we won't need to worry about stealing. Which way? Oh yeah, over here. I think. Yeah, over here. Oh, I love abusing time loops. There's another path over there. Right, yeah, because I got here by, like, jumping off of there. Although there's a ladder, so I guess I don't need to jump off. Alright, how much money do I have now? 965. Okay. Cool. Alright, we should try flirting with Aurelia again. Well, we can do that later. Wait, what's that path? No, wait, there's... Yeah, what's this? That looks spooky. But I want to get up there. Who is I? And who's... Oh, can I not get down a proper way? Or get up a proper way, I guess. Well, I did save right before jumping through there. So I guess that's fine. Which one is what, Orlov? Which goddess? It might not be one of the big ones. What if it's Melinoe, Orlov? What then? What would you say if it was Melinoe? Oh, this is a much more direct route to the money. Okay, cool. I really need to I stopped playing Hades 2 a bit ago. I really need to play it again. Okay. We're almost at the temple. We're gonna have to tell our boy... Oh, Orlov, you haven't played any Hades 2? Hades 2 is good. You should play Hades 2. If you liked Hades 1. It's kind of more of the same, but in a good way. Like, I like it. Okay. Don't do it.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the golden rule.
Actually, I really need to talk to Ulpius.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life?
I know.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Please, help him.
Alright, I'll talk to him.
Thank you.
Ulpius, is this what Scintilla would want?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
You never believe me if I told you.
Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over.
Maybe I can help?
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
What if I can help her too?
No. No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Ulpius, no!
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb.
Was that my fault?
That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived.
Okay.
I'll
Happens
have to
now.
let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Okay. So, we need more money. Yep. I already jumped after. I have the key. How can we pass this test if we don't know the rules? They're just like my students. I'm joking. I would make sure that my students know the rules. And are, like, theoretically able to pass the test at least before I make them attempt to pass the test. Okay. Where is the theater? Is it that ways? Might be that ways. Whoa, zipline, no! Ziplines are so fun. Have I told you all about the time I went ziplining in the Canadian Rockies? That was good. That was good shit. I enjoyed doing that. I also need to figure out some way to get into here. Don't think I can just go from above, though. And I can't zipline upwards. Curiouser and Curiouser. Man, if only Al, in his suicide note, had, like, said something about how... It had, like, told us how to help these people, you know? Wouldn't that be real nice of him? Because he said he tried to do right by them, which means that he, like, knew some stuff. It was in summer, Orlov. The Canadian Rockies aren't, like, magically cold. Okay, let's, train. Find you. Okay, but there was something else she said she wanted, right? What did she say she wanted? Where even is she? Oh, whatever. Just wanted to get over to the theater, but...
Ah, a new face.
Do you know how to get out?
You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the golden rule, but once you get used to the fear, Knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway.
Fair enough, bud.
Nice to talk to you.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying.
Decius, shut up.
No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Go on.
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
The statues come to life and fire golden fire golden bows and arrows and use golden bows to fire golden arrows at them.
And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth.
That's not how money works.
Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
I think the golden goose is meant to be a cautionary tale, buddy.
Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
No.
Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule.
Okay.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
I need to lower the environmental sound, but I keep forgetting to do that, except when I'm stuck in a dialogue and I can't lower the environmental sound. What is the story of the goddess Diana?
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand?
Orlov, he's not scrubbing the floor vigorously. He is scrubbing he is scrubbing a slur off of his wall.
Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know what.
But you want me to steal it.
Oh, gods no. If you tried that, we'll be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then, you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
Hang on. I need to do a thing. Okay, I turned off my blue light filter because I don't want that right now. Why can't you just do it yourself, bud?
I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you.
Isn't it dangerous?
When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger?
Prometheus was kind of seriously punished, but...
Only because he was silly enough to get caught.
Why can't I just take
because
it?
Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal.
Alright.
So, are you in, partner?
If you don't like action or horror elements, feel free to decline. I'm gonna try and pass right now and then do it again later. Because I want to save first. Yeah, whatever, who cares?
Wonderful. If you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are, a gold leaf bow.
It's pretty good. You have a lot of gold leaf.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Okay, I guess we're gonna get action and or horror. Here's the golden bow. Okay. There's still light coming from somewhere. Why are there bees? Okay. What do I do with the bow? There's a quiver. How do I get up to that bow? I'm getting invisible walled. Oh, huh.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow?
Yes.
Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
You locked me in here?
A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in. And until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus.
How is this not against the golden rule?
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
How can I trust you after you double-crossed me?
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognize my own handiwork.
Even if I gave it to you, you'd just leave me in here anyway. Forget it.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed.
The nest?
But you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. And they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. But I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
I have 30 hits, you say? Okay, less than 30 now. This is locked. Is there anything I can... Is there any other path for me to take? Should I just fire the nest? Okay, cool. Ah. Cool. I wish I could release the bow a little bit without having to fire. More arrows, okay. That's good. And there's access to an infinite repeating source of arrows, generally, which is nice. Oh, yeah, not touching that. Or do I have to... Oh, I can use this to make that other thing. Ah, okay. Alrighty. Can I not skilled it? Do it. How do I actually like get up over it? Okay. Orlov, are you implying that this god is some kind of hypocrite? Navia's journal. Is the palace up above us?
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. My beloved Galatea, I write this so that my beloved Galatea.
Okay.
I write my beloved Galatea.
Okay. I'm just gonna do it, read it myself, because apparently putting it down and picking it back up and then reset. Okay. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke. Okay, that's interesting. Do I have to get over there? Or is this good enough? It was not good enough. Owie. Can I, like, steal some of this rope? Okay, well, let's, jump. Yay for jumps. Even more arrows. This game is very pro shooting plants with gold. Okay. Can I put this away? Okay. I can put it away. There's so many arrows in this place. You have anything to say? Guess not. Can I unbar the door? No? Okay. The game did freeze there to load. Which is what it's been doing in like every area transition. So if there's like a loading thing in the bottom right, that's the game freezing. I have not dropped any frames. Okay, let's the other one. There we go. Oh, I can still kick it afterwards, I guess, so it like doesn't get in my path. Okay. How's Navia doing? But hey, we know that we can use this to get past that. That's cool. Where is Navia? I would very much like to know where she is. But it appears she was not the only one to try barricading. Or at least to try and get shelter in here. Is anyone peeled?
You're not supposed to be here.
The algae, you say? It's down there. Navia, what do you have against me? I know I will go down there. I just want to look around first. Make sure I'm not missing any secrets, game. Guess there's no secrets to be had. Down we go. There's a few of them, sire. Thankfully, due to the power of turning algae into gold, they have been fixed. Become unpeeled. Peeled status, not anymore. Didn't notice you. Oh, that worked, I guess. Now, how would I get there? Oh, right, by just pulling myself up. This doesn't feel particularly spooky. Did you get... You're still peeled. But you're also not... This is spooky. Oh well. What's over there? Okay, more arrows. What? Why'd the music change? Okay, see you. So who has been peeling these statues? Right, that was a normal, you're just moving your heads thing. Okay. So there's those two over there. It's hard to get a good beat on them, though. Oh. See. That's clever. I don't think it was strictly necessary, though. Especially since I already goldified that, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, I only wasted a lot of my arrows. The key to the doors. Lovely.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
A rack used for peeling. Well, that answers our question of what happened to them. Navia, I think you might have gone a little bit overboard with your plan. It's probably fine that I took that money, right? So now, are we sure that you were running away from the goddess? Or were you running away from Navia? There's more arrows, which means more stealth. Or not stealth. Yep, I can do that. I did, in fact, see this one where that happened already. Orlov, they're referred to as peeled. How could I not call it peeling? Oh, what is here? Should I guild those? I don't know if I should. Should definitely guild you. Golden butterflies? That's not at all terrifying. Harness the power of rock climbing. I understand now. Navia, how many of these did you peel?
Kill me.
Help us.
Oh, I wanted them on the other side, didn't I?
Kill us.
Can I unguild?
Kill me.
Nope.
Kill me.
Well, that's unfortunate then. I guess fortunate for them because they get to get unpeeled. You. Right, that's a fire. Are you Galatea? You might be, considering the way that you're kind of like enshrined here. I wonder what's in that chest. More arrows. Yay. Seems we need to go this way though. Or I guess not that way. Am I trapped? Oh, come on, that only hit one of them. Garum. We can get some more of that for Rufus. He probably has enough. Scroll. There's a scroll? Oh, here. Oopsie. Thank you for that hint, game, because I didn't want to miss anything.
My beloved Galatea. My attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, She was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in.
How many experiments did you make?
As much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
Damn. Why do you keep leaving money with your journals? Whoa. There's nothing there. Oh. Guess you were not. So it was over this way, nothing. Still a long sequence. Appears to be dead. God damn it, Navia. So what will breaking that do for me? Let's just make sure we don't do something silly. Are you whispering to me through the statues? I don't know. Who are you? Behind me? Oh no. You must be Navia.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
If you attack me, we'll both end up encased in gold.
And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
This has nothing to do with me.
Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you?
It's not just this statue. Lots of them do it, but it's always the same voice.
What do you mean, the same voice?
Like someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
No, I swear.
Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
You know, we have a save right outside. It's fine. I ended up here by accident. All I want to do is leave.
What are you talking about?
I got trapped in the tunnels under the city and came up inside the palace.
Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
I never had any intention of hurting you. I'm not going to draw the bow.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
Wait, nope, I can undo this.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
I can cover her in gold again.
What? How?
This golden bow.
Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo.
I already have that.
I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
This would be a really funny time to run out of arrows.
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia.
I already have that, but thanks.
Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there.
Goodbye, Navia.
Go, and never return.
Girl, your ribs. You need to eat. Is that it? Okay. I guess there's probably nothing left there, and yeah, there's definitely nothing left there. I'm not just saying that so I don't have to go through the loading screen 2 times more. Palace survived. Yippee.
Citizen.
All right. Hey, bud. Hey, hey, Decius. Hey, Decius. Hey, Decius. Hey,
Wonder
Decius.
how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. Oh, hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke earlier. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like 2 friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone.
I don't believe you.
Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Look, why don't you keep our bow as compensation?
Oh, don't worry, I'm keeping my bow.
Fine, fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Now, can I help you with something?
Give me the Silphum resin.
Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
How about I just take it instead?
Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
Well, I do have 1,000 denarii.
We
Fine.
agree on something. Now, do you want to make a purchase?
And I do have access to literally unlimited money, so sure.
Oh, you have it. I'm impressed. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else?
Do you know how to get out?
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of all... Some people here are a little shady for my liking.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though.
All
Very
right.
well.
Okay, so how much money do I have now? Okay, 505. So in one more reset, I'll be fine.
Greetings and salutations.
A Greek! Oh my god, we found the Greek.
Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
Game, you're so unbelievably sure that I'm American. Why can't I, he knows that India exists, why can't I say I'm from India? Game, why can't I say I'm from India? Game, why? Game, why? Why? Game, why? Why? You'd never believe me if I told you.
And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to share, I will wait until we are better friends. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
What's your story?
My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
He does sound like the Scopa guy, right? Tell me he doesn't sound like Mr. Scopa. Why set up a tailor's shop here?
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all?
I have the 7 of coins, so that's 1 point for me. Does seem kind of yeah, that's a question.
I tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
Fair enough. How'd you get here?
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
And lastly, we score the Scopas. Why don't you tell me what you do remember?
I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact.
This guy knows how to
Now,
party.
I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa.
So you floated down the Tiber.
Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am. Anything you like.
Do you know how to get out?
Shh! Not so loud. What are you playing at?
Do you know a way out?
I must ask you to stop that at once. Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah, it is a long story.
Tell me.
Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
I gotta say, I was thinking about that. Why hasn't anyone done it yet?
They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Got it. Who are you voting for?
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate.
Why do you say that?
Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus.
I'm trying to find some way to spin that into a metaphor for climate change, but I'm not entirely sure like who Hades and Persephone would be. What can we do about it?
If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing."
Easier said than done.
Regrettably, I think you are correct, my friend. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act.
That's pessimistic.
It is not all bad, my friend, because it is this fragility which makes life so precious. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not?
Heh. Alright, see ya.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
I need you to tell me about which goddess, though.
Hello again, my son.
Damn it. Nope, just money. Some linen. Okay. Alright, well now we can head over to Aquatia. If we can do that.
Well, my sartorial friend.
Anyway, we have the thing, which is too late for her, but we can get that to her next time.
What are you doing in here? She needs the resin of a...
Or have some.
What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
I heard she got sick. Or you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Ah, look. If you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Where'd Yulia go? Ah, she's here. And this chest that we can open, even though we already have it.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest.
What happened to you?
As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions.
Well, I already know how someone poisoned her without breaking the golden rules, because she poisoned herself. Anyway, let's talk about something else.
Thank you.
Do you know anything about Scintilla?
No. I did hear from Ulpius that she disappeared. It's very sad. She was such a lovely young woman. But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she went missing, so I can't help you, I'm afraid.
Sentia mentioned you were planning to escape.
I was. And look where it got me.
What happened?
I can tell you, but it's a long story.
I have time.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did.
Why would he lend you?
I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock.
Oh no.
Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning.
I think Aurelia is goddamn. Did you try to get out?
Of course. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the Golden Rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out.
What the fuck,
His
dude?
wife, Claudia, was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock.
I see.
I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it.
I'm so sorry to hear that. You're not. What the fuck off, player character.
I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid.
So what'll happen now?
When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course.
Can I help?
I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the Golden Rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
How much would it cost to buy your freedom?
A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night.
You did.
He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him.
Maybe I can help him too?
I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but... thank you.
Head pats. I'll see what I can do.
All right, but please don't take too long.
It's a little bit late for that, but whatever. What's your story?
You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came.
What,
My
2 at
colleagues and I
once?
worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears.
3 at
The fire
once?
was relentless, and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here.
3 at once.
Thank you. But to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing, given what's happened since.
Yeah. Do you know how to get out?
If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny. Go away.
I forgot about that. Sorry.
I know.
Sorry. The question was available to me. Oh, it's getting dark.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's. Feeling all right? That's...
Come on, where's you? Yes, you.
A new face. Ave.
I've been asking people, I've tried to find a pattern.
Interesting.
Some people mentioned an encounter with a stranger on the riverbank.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else?
That's all I noticed.
There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least to keep Livia's fate way.
Okay, hang on. Do we need to do...
Did you know?
Okay.
What else? Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter...
Yep.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Okay.
But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Okay, sure. Hey,
You look well, my sartorial friend.
please tell me about the goddess. Yep, this is where we dropped in. Though it admittedly got a little bit more fucked up 2,000 years later. Almost 2,000 years later.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N.
Oh my God.
As in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute.
What?
Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
This place is the underworld.
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
So we're dead.
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
What can you tell me about Karen?
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
Why didn't everyone recognize Charon?
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises.
Woke, gender fluid
You saw a
Charon.
young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
Why are there so few people in the underworld?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
Were you trying to keep this from me?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you.
Those are my questions.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape.
Oh, Proserpina is Persephone.
Aeneas
That's
was
what.
able
Okay,
to
that makes
escape
sense
with
now.
the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
I noticed you seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name.
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
Okay. Tell me. I mean, I know how to confront him head on then, because I know where he is. Tell me more about escaping with the help of Proserpina.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
So she might be willing to work against him?
If the stories are true, then I suppose...
So she's the one speaking through the
problem
statues.
is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
I hear the statues whispering to me.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she is helpful, if cryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Wade against the current. Her tears run through the city, and she weeps where the water flows.
That is strange. There are no rivers here. Let me think on that.
Maybe I need to get into the upper cistern.
Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct and into the upper cistern. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there.
Tell me more about confronting Pluto.
Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it.
I know where he
As I
is.
said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
I'm gonna try shooting Pluto. I have a few tricks.
I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone I've ever met. And even that lamp of yours looks like something Prometheus might have stolen from the gods. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city.
Not
The
necessarily.
problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
Okay. What about the
It's
obelisk?
the towering stone monument
I've
with
seen
4
it.
sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style.
Oh, I did not notice
Roman,
that.
Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
And where would I find them?
Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that.
The
There's a cult
Christians.
in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
Okay, apparently Malleolus is Christian. I did not know that, but the game just told me. Where would the Greek plaque be?
No. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum.
Mm-hmm. And the Egyptian plaque?
Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
The old man. And where would I find the mystery plaque?
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps the goddess will help guide you to it when the time is right.
I don't know how, Orlov. I don't know how. Alright, let's get started.
Right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
Okay. Sure, let's chat with Livia.
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin.
Hence the
They've
title
got
of the
you
stream,
ready.
Orlov.
Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
And get loading screened. Woo. Okay, it's not dark yet. That's good. So let's talk to Dooley, since he's presumably close to here. No, you're not Dooley. Dooley is the other guy, the one who's imprisoned. You, Georgius.
Hello again, my...
Do you know where I might find some kind of Greek plaque?
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think,
Georgios?
ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the
Georgios.
time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman.
Sometimes
I
stare
accept
at
the world
collection
is
of
Roman.
bluff.
Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And
Yorios,
besides,
you're so cool.
it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Okay.
I hope that our paths cross.
Where was this? I don't know where his cell was. I thought it was here-ish. Let me go over there.
Hello? Hello? Have we met before?
Yep. Hey, can you give me that plaque?
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it.
Can I have it?
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
Okay. What'll it take for you to give it to me?
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too.
Sentius won't release you, but if we had a new magistrate...
Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything.
Okay. So I just need to make everyone vote for Galerius.
Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy. Bye-bye.
Okay. So we really need to do a run getting everyone to vote for Galerius. Okay, okay. Do you have any thoughts?
Shine. Salve and welcome.
Cool. What's that graffiti say? Secundus and Cythera were together until the end. Oh. Oh.
Are they?
Okay. So we need to make Malleolus drop out of the election. Okay. Oh, by telling everyone that he's a Christian. Right. Alright, let's go and find... yeah, we should talk to Livia. Livia's that way. He'll just think we're disgruntled, which we are, but we're not wrong to be disgruntled.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice.
I figured it out. I know where we are.
Say it. Speak its name.
The underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
Yep.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
It would be nice if she turned to face me, but sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled
Friend,
there.
you have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of her.
I see.
Anyway, I thought you
love
Stoics
your
weren't supposed to
clothes.
worry about things you can't control.
Exotic.
Hey, you know where I can find a Roman flag?
No idea what you're talking about.
There is something I can do.
Come on, I help treat you.
What? That was Galerius, not you.
Sounds like you're torturing.
Where do you think he got the willow bark?
Leave that for the gods. Try to
You got that
relax,
from you?
Get some rest. Tomorrow's
I
a
guess
new
you
day.
did help me then.
I suppose you're
I
right.
think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again.
Okay.
Oh, and here. You'll need this key.
We'll need a key. Okay.
You didn't get that from me.
Got it.
See you around.
Hey, Aurelia, you want to try flirting again?
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
Orlov, come on. Come on. Don't waste your breath. I know you're a horrible person.
How dare you? Get away from me, you pig. Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
My face when the buyer bewares. Okay. This is the Egyptian. Genos Knight Kerti. Yes. But nothing about an Egyptian plaque? Okay, well, there's a couple things we can do.
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
It's starting to get dark. Is this the theater? Yes, okay. So we need to go into the caves behind the theater. Alright, let's take that money. Where are the caves behind the theater? Like, they're not this way. Maybe I meant behind, like, that way? No, it didn't. Maybe I meant, like, that way? Yeah, don't... Okay.
What are you doing here? Please leave.
I just need your plaque. Not your Jesus fish. This plaque. Pluto, Father of Riches. Alright, cool. Thanks. Is there anything else in there?
What an extraordinary lamp.
Nope, guess not. Just the Jesus fish. Alright, now we can watch the election. Watch everything go to shit.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurgius. As agreed, we will dispense with the votes. Candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this clear. As I say your name, call your vote. Start with you, Horatius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
That
I
was
abstain. I'm
quite a
just
bit of my
here to
health bar.
observe.
Virgil.
Cynthius.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. But it seems we have a draw. In the absence of a clear consensus, Sentius shall continue as acting magistrate until a new election is held, 1 month from today.
My fellow citizens, today you have sent me a message, and I want you to know I have heard it loud and clear.
I just got 1,000 money, Orloff.
Next month, winning back your trust. Thank you for this opportunity, and may the gods watch over you.
You and your arrival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You doom us all.
Oh, he's getting punchy.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Hide! They're turning us to gold.
Interesting. That was, yeah. This is so. So this is the if Sentius wins. Also, I feel like this is a very suboptimal path, but whatever. Oh, I should try going down that path. Whatever, next time. Sorry, bud. We'll figure it out eventually. It doesn't matter, Orlov. They're not gonna kill me anyway.
Salve, friend. Mind telling...
Need you to take care of some things. Yulia's dying, but she needs some Sylvium. Rufus has been threatening, and I guess that made Rufius not mad enough to vote for Meletalus. Sorry, I keep thinking of him as Mautellus because of fucking Berseria is in my mind always. Anyway. Yep, and then this one.
Let me see.
That's it, no go. Okay, now I have a treasure I need to get. Man, there's something I loved so much about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and that's that, like, the gyro controls on archery were so useful. Like, so useful. And cool, here's the palace. We can finally, hopefully, stop Ulpius from jumping. And then we can go over and talk to the man himself. And then I guess we can work on getting Nice Guy elected. Farmer Boy. Getting him elected.
Sal, welcome to life.
I need to talk to Ulpius.
Alright, well...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. 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 What?
I'll talk to him. Is this what Scintilla would want?
You know about that? Well, you don't understand. If I backed out now...
Lucretia got some Sylphium in time to save her life. She'll be fine.
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
I could raise the money. Just let me take. I can do it. I promise. I promise.
No. No. Time's up.
God damn it.
Out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Yeah, you know, we'll just solve problems one by one.
And I...
Okay. So this requires doing that. The Greek plaque. Ask the old man. Well, we can actually no. We can check on this, right? So that one seems okay. This one seems Greek ? What is this? All right, this is Egyptian. This is Greek, I guess, and this is Roman. Pluto the Father. Alright, and then we can do a little bit of a zip line. We can go back into the palace if we so wish, but I don't. I do want more arrows. I can't take that zipline though, unless I want to go through the palace again, which I do not. But hey, you know, we can go down to that lower cistern, right?
Citizen.
Hey, bud. Yep, IRL fees. It's a good turn of phrase.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
I'll be fine. I know about your creature, don't worry about me.
It's your funeral.
It's because my weapon's cool. And yours sucks and is bad. Okay, creature. No, I missed. Okay. Were there other creatures? Ooh. What's this? Yes, these are climbable. And this takes me to the upper system? Huh. With some parkour, it looks like. Some rather spooky parkour. We do still need to get our boy elected, but this does solve one of our problems. Italian plumber? Is that Scintilla?
You? Who are you? Did he send you?
No, nobody sent me. Also, hi, I'm Sahil.
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
What's going on?
I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
Who did this to you?
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
How hasn't this broken the rule?
I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
Okay, so I was half right. He didn't sacrifice her for the Proserpina thing, but he did do this. Where's the way out?
Behind me. There's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key.
What'll you do if I release you?
I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the Golden Rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together.
What about the others?
There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
What if I round everyone up so they're ready to escape once the Golden Rule is broken?
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never.
Well, we do have a save, and I really want to see what happens here. Let's get out.
Oh, thank you. Now follow. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Okay, interesting.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she?
As if I'd tell you.
So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself.
What?
Just like that soft-hearted...
What? 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 You remember Al?
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything.
He was the guy who hanged himself from our time.
Preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunting. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 3? Not many. But don't worry, I'm sure there'll be another useful idiot who comes along after you're dead. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
You knew there was a way out, and even locked up your own daughter to keep it a secret. Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
So you're asking me to figure out who was going to break the golden rule, knowing I would fail every time.
Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust.
Let's see you cheat your way out of this.
Do you really think you could take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
I probably could, but I'm gonna let her have this one.
Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
The time paradox.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Al Worth. I came in here to find you.
Oh, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm Saho. There's no way he would know who we are.
Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina, freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Yeah, that was me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand.
When I came here in the present day, I found your corpse hanging from a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
I still have your suicide note.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it.
It was written by a different version of you. I changed your past. And if you had the chance to change your fate, would you?
I'm not following.
That's a Brave reference. It helps Scintilla kill the man who opened a time portal and drew you back in time so that it never happened in the first place.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Yep.
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in.
That's enough talk. Let's get out of here.
Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
It's right here. Follow me. This is where Scintilla was held for like 3 weeks. God. How? Where? Whatever. Well, she was there for 3 weeks, but like she didn't relive the day.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good idea.
You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
No. We're gonna do this together. We're staying together, Al. We are staying fucking together.
You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
God damn it, Al. You're making a bad decision, Al. Bad decision, Al.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He'll be here.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered your real name, Charon.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Who are you, really?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I'm sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
What truth?
That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here.
Oh no.
My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
And how'd I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yeah, tell me.
As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Work. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Kaelin's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
What's so special about these goddamn coins?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferrymen for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Why?
That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence.
Night Barb.
There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
Can you return us to the land of the living?
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Cynthia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Bury us home. How many might have survived if I'd confronted the god of the underworld? What was ending 1? Is ending 1 if I do that and then, like, don't tell? And I leave Scintilla there, but then I get seen by Sentius? But let's watch the credits. We'll watch it again when we get the other endings, but I think that's fair. Ooh, 2 historical consultants. This is, like, very well made. I'm honestly really impressed by this. And I also really like that they're including pictures along with the credits. Like, I get why they don't usually do that, but it's nice. Galerius, go Galerius! Go Yordius! Go Yordius! Wait, Kabosh is voiced. We'll find Kabosh? Oh my god. Papa Giorgio. Yep. Whenever I see a Greek name, I just remember that time that Biden said, "Call me Joe Bidenopoulos." Like, I don't like Biden on a lot of levels, but I do have to concede that he does have just, like, that level of silliness, I guess. I don't know, like, charisma via being weird. Right. And, you know, as a weird person myself, I relate. Ooh. This is Japanese localization. Hokkaido. We do need to save everyone to get best ending. Maybe not Sentius. Maybe we don't need to save him. Translation by Raising Thor. That's a good fucking name. I also love that person, Ikaru Sake, who leaves the underscore there. Ooh, German localization. Spanish localization. Yay, playtesters. Go playtesters. Storm Waters? That's an incredible fucking name. Oh my god. I'm jealous of Storm Waters. That's such a good fucking name. There's a Pedro Augusto. Maybe one of the testers is Brazilian? Maybe? Special thanks to Tom Holland. What did Tom Holland do? Tom Holland? Yep, Unreal. Murder Pierce. The Spider-Man, yeah. What did he do on this game? Unless there's a different Thomas Holland? Maybe. Okay, well let's try it. Let's try it where we don't free her.
You. No.
If I let you go, everyone else is gonna die.
What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless?
Not heartless, just rational.
I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Dis drags you to Tartarus.
Confront Sentius about his abduction of Scintilla. Oh, so he only comes in if we don't... Okay, well now I just feel bad. Let's just leave her. It's Sandia Death. You know, I feel like confronting Sentius is a bad idea. What will he do when he knows that we know? Ooh, what's here? Quiver. It appears to be crushed to death while entering the cavern. Okay, so this is where it came from Mavia's experiments. What's that? If I murder him, then I think that's a game over. Ooh, what's over there? More money. Which is good, because I do need money in order to rescue Opius. There's a statue. So we went over here. That's our way up to Scintilla. And this. Okay, we've been everywhere here. Cool. No, like Orlov. Him sacrificing himself is what allows the time loop to happen. He needs to sacrifice himself for the time loop to happen. So if I kill him, then it doesn't work. That said, we can use the power of
So you survived the
this.
system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't. Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's
You're trying to goad me into
Okay.
Ugh, this place. Ugh, I wish Horatius.
Can we talk about Scintilla?
Oh, you heard about her disappearance, I take it.
I know she was seeing Ulpius.
Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate's daughter. That's awfully bold of him. I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quick, go and find him and ask him what he knows.
I've spoken to him already. He's not responsible.
Oh, I see. Well, it was worth a try, I suppose. Just promise me you won't give up on her.
I did kind of give up on her.
Thank you.
Okay. Alright, now with the power of F5. Wait, I can't confront him. Because I didn't go up there. Oh well, whatever. Okay, no, not whatever. Let's go back. There, and I'm gonna use the bathroom while it loads.
You? Who are you? Did he send? What?
Let me see if I can persuade Sentius to let us go.
It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything.
I need to try.
You're making a mistake.
Sorry. There we go. Now we have completed this. We do still need to go grab that money, though. I want money. Yay, money! Yes, Orlov, we are ignoring her, so that way the quest won't show up in my feed, but... at least this way, like... one, Sentius doesn't know, and two... yeah, we have the money, so next time we can do it.
How come you're allowed to win? Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's too?
Alright, so now we can tell Senju what happened.
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it. Oh, I wish I... Oh.
Okay, well now let's confront him and see what he says.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
We've had this conversation before.
Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about... Is that about...
We had this conversation too, and I'm in a hurry.
Seems rather brash, but...
May I have the key to the upper cistern?
I think it's best if I hang on to it.
Why?
You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question.
I think you're hiding something.
Yes, our water supply. From you. I wasn't born yesterday. Poisoning a city's water supply is the oldest trick in the Codex. Quite literally. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for military commanders some 300 years ago, recommending the poisoning or pollution of cisterns. And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to place so much trust in you.
Fine, I'll let it go.
I'm glad to hear that. Now, was there something else?
I know what you did to Scintilla.
What are you talking about?
You're keeping her tied up in the cistern.
You know, you remind me of him.
Who?
Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you.
You remember him? What?
Come now. Surely you didn't think... You see, my connection... But I'm surprised you hadn't noted. He was a moralist. And because of that fatal flaw, I watched him come. And when he finally saw the next time I mean, for extremely impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain. Because there's no escape. So, you discover...
You're sick.
I couldn't care less what you think.
Give me the key.
And why would I agree to that?
You might... What's to stop me from taking it by force?
The only way you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want?
This isn't over.
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever, until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me.
Maybe I'll just kill you.
We both know you're not that stupid, so go on, make your empty threats and stomp your feet, and beg the gods for help if you like. But believe me when I tell you, the gods don't care about you. And neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you. Don't be so foolish. If you kill me, we all die. And if I die, you see, that means... Now...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What? But my golden... What? What? Why doesn't he get gilded? I guess the other ones did need 2 shots, so I'll just be in front of him this time.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Yes, I do.
Don't be so foolish.
There we go.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Hi there. Give me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Alworth, hi.
Here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I was hoping you'd know who I am.
Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, it described an event about 2,000 years ago. And murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of apparently, as the citizens...
That was me.
God. So you're saying... Seems like we're
both... Oh, right, because I don't have the key. Oops. Sorry, I made a mistake.
Mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. And it's only a matter of time before we join them.
I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabunt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
How many might have survived if I hadn't killed Sentius in cold blood? I forgot that we wouldn't have the way out. Yeah. Well, because we did kind of trap him there. Orlov.
Citizen.
steal your goddamn money. Okay, so next on our list is going to be talk to the old man.
You have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Yes, Orlov, that's right. Where am I? This place turns me around. You know it shouldn't.
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow. Why? You know why.
Where am I going? Here. Here is where I'm going. Yes. Okay. And we have that save there. So I really want to see what happens. What? That was it? What? Really? That was it? Okay. Huh. I really thought he was Pluto. Yeah, like there's like he's been here for a while. But apparently he's not personally Pluto? Either that or that was just to fuck with me.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome.
You first.
It is best you do not know my name, for merely to speak of my existence in the city above could bring destruction on you all. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
I'm looking for a plaque that was removed from the obelisk.
Ah, yes, that cursed thing. I know exactly where it is. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else, let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Pluto.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Oh no. If I have to.
Good enough for me. Now, let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Also, do remember that Socratic dialogues were bullshit. Like yes, there is some value to questioning and to like encouraging people to arrive at their own conclusions via questioning rather than just telling them something outright. That's good pedagogy. But the actual Socratic dialogues, right, were like you can read them. It's literally just Socrates and guy Socrates made up going, "Oh wow, Socrates, you're so smart." Fucking sucks. Fucking ancient Greeks. It's not... I'm not sure. It's a complex question.
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
It is.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences.
When will you learn
we tell
that your
lies
actions
and
had
bend
consequences?
rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Whose version of right and wrong?
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
No.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
I think there's no such thing as a correct morality.
So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
I think we do need to decide for ourselves.
So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right?
No.
I agree. But why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual? And that's
Sure.
credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior...
You gave me a false dichotomy. And then I had to pick something within that false dichotomy. And so you're telling me how one of the options in your false dichotomy isn't right? Like, go away, bud. What's your point?
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
And I said that, and then you told me not to. That's a fair point. Yeah.
If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way.
What is a virtuous person? Show me one. I do not wish to be compared to an abstraction.
That no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Sure. Why not?
I admit, I am talking a lot. Forgive me. I'm just excited to have company. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
What's your story?
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
I'm listening.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully.
Oh my god, he went to Harvard debate school.
Sparring with ever night I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Why can't you return to the surface?
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
Why can't you tell me your name?
I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Where's everyone else?
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some months
Kabash?
ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
How have you survived?
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments.
Making up a guy in his head to get mad at.
But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish.
Do you know how to get out of here?
If I did, would I be living like this?
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me.
Do you know where I can find the plaque?
You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription.
Yep.
It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it.
Well, where is he?
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
I'm with you so far.
However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
What did it say?
We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered
an older tunnel.
An even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
What's in there?
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
I'll be going now.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Sure. Well, okay. There we go. One of the philosopher's 11 friends. Also, it seems that like when everyone fell into the river, rich boy Decius like had his things. What are the things called? Yeah, he had the obols in there. And so that like everyone had those like when they died, they guess must have been like had one of them each, which is why they got here. Action music. Gold. What? Locked from the other side, you say? And some Egyptian vases. Okay. You haven't been peeled by Mavena. Is it a shield? No, it's just a person. See, I'm not spooked by all. There's quite a few of you. Maybe I should be spooked by all. What was that growling from? Spooked by growling. Jackal. Egyptian Senet. Oh. Orlov, have you read the Egyptian Percy Jackson books? Which it's weird calling them that because they're not Percy Jackson books, but like Rick Riordan. You are. Dang it. Okay. That should be good. They're definitely my... I haven't... Admittedly, I haven't read the Viking ones. And it has been a while since I've read any of them. But the Egyptian series was definitely my favorite of the lot. I should reread it. I have the books literally right there on my shelf. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. That again. I mean, they're all good. There's a reason they're so beloved. Kabash.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you?
I'm Sahil. Hi.
I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors,
No, I just wanted to talk to you. Do I look Greek or Roman to you?
Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want?
I'm just looking for an Egyptian plaque.
To what end?
I want to return it to the obelisk.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Osiris. Anubis? Yeah, no, Anubis would be more of a Charon figure, I think. That was... Thanks.
Now, as for the other plaque.
The fourth plaque? You know where it is?
Indeed. I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit. And there it was.
May I have it?
You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Why?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
How so?
I will tell you. But first, do you know what this place is?
The Duat?
Indeed. And I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Charon. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
So yeah, okay. So I guess he answered that. Osiris is close-ish to Hades and Pluto. It's tough trying to get analogs here because, like, there's a lot of really direct analogs you can draw between the Greeks and the Romans. And there's like some analogs you can draw between like the like Greco-Romans and like the Slavic pantheon even. But the Egyptian is just like different. Admittedly, most of my knowledge of the Egyptian pantheon does come from Age of Mythology, which is not a very reliable source, to say the least. But like, it's different. It's not the same as the Greeks. And I'm confident that gives me enough information to say that, though it does not give me enough information to say in what ways it is different from the Greeks. I can see why you'd be unhappy with the Greeks and the Romans.
I am glad to hear it. Which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us. And that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
What does the inscription say?
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please don't.
You are too late. It is done.
Now I'm gonna have to go in after it.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
It would be really funny, Orlov. We'll see. First, I have some questions for you.
If it will help you to see reason, then ask.
What's your story?
I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead.
Do you know a way out of here?
This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me.
Okay, what do you think about the Golden Rule?
I think if someone is to break the Golden Rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods.
What do you think is down there?
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is, it would be unwise to venture down there.
Perhaps.
Most unwise.
I'll be going now.
Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it.
So true, buddy. Definitely.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I'll find a way.
We shall see.
Look, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nergal, the fierce one in cuneiform. Oh, this is some like Akkadian or like Sumerian or something. You're pointing in there. There's a bunch of people over there. So we can check the right side first. With some green-ass water. I know water comes in many colors, but green is not the color that I prefer my water to come in. Pot. The Sumerians, okay. An eroded set of barricades, yeah. Ooh, what's this? I guess I'm not allowed to find out. Rock. Don't love that. Really don't love that. Rock successfully dodged, baby. Now this is archaeology. Another rock? Spooky. So where exactly was that path? Oh, okay, I see. This is a different place. I have progressed forward. And now there is a second rock. Yeah, we can activate the rock. I support rock's wrongs. Is that bad? It might be bad. Alright, where's rock coming from this time? From there. Got it.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
There's no need. Get out of my way.
Do not be a fool. I have the higher ground.
I'm open to resolving this peacefully, you know.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Just hear me out.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
There's no shame in building. Well, no, he doesn't like the Greeks and Romans, you know. Maybe this one, right? Or I'm just trying to replace all the plaques taken from the desecrated obelisk. Maybe that will work.
Why? To what end?
I'm hoping it'll earn me an audience with the god of the underworld.
But why? What business could you have with Osiris?
I'm going to demand that he let everyone go.
Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate.
No. No, I messed up. If you attack me, you'll break the rule.
I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of...
Well, Osiris... It's true. Okay. Nergal, not Osiris or anything. Okay. Also, they're presumably still speaking Latin. Alright, let's try this again.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that you...
No need for violence. Hear me out. Okay. So this was... This had progress, I think. Let's try it again.
Why? But...
Going to pay him my should I lie?
Doubtful. What do you know about honoring the Lord of Silence?
I just wanted a friendly chat.
Imbecile! You have...
Do your worst.
The many shall suffer for the sin...
Yep, okay, so that the desecration angle does not work.
When...
What about the shame angle?
That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names?
If gods exist, isn't it possible they each have more than one true name? Yeah, what if they had 108 true names? Hinduism mention.
Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
You can blame your priest, not me. That's a bad move to a zealot. Isn't being a good person a worthwhile pursuit in and of itself?
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
If you were only good because you were expected a reward, were you really a good person?
Now you insult me
No.
and all of my ancestors. You have
No, I
sealed
fucked up.
your
No.
The many.
This is good. I really like Kavash. Like, I know that he's kind of a problem. He's hashtag problematic. But like, I don't know. I like him. I like his vibe. Even if your beliefs weren't quite accurate, isn't the important thing the way that they motivated you to live good lives?
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Are you going to abandon a lifetime of good character now that it matters most, just because you found out you were slightly misled?
You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
I got an achievement for that. Woo. Kabosh, for the record, I think you're cool.
You again. What is it now? Of course.
Maybe the other answer, the last answer to that one would have worked. Who knows? Ah yes, here, I remember this location. This is our way out of Egypt land and back to Greek land. And back to Greek land? Greek land? Greek land? Where's Greek land? What? Where's Philosopher Bro's buddies? Is it over here? Then, no. That's how I got in here. How am I lost? This is not a particularly complicated passageway, I don't think. Oh, how did I miss? Whatever, it's fine.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Good to see you again.
I did find what I
enjoyed
needed.
our-
Thanks. Thanks, Philosopher Bro. So now we just need the Greek one. Yes. I guess time doesn't pass when you're in there or something. That means that by this point in history, yes.
Hello? A new face. Arve.
Can I ask you some questions about escaping the underworld?
I beg your pardon?
Livia was right.
Oh my.
Salve.
That is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. We don't have much to go on, except the old story. Hercules, the demigod and son. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options.
Can we just escape the way we came in?
It's a reasonable question, and even if you could build a ladder big enough...
Okay.
May 4...
Because there's two different endings that I don't have. So I'm wondering about that. Don't you love money? That's how you're supposed to do that without taking loads of damage. Okay, so what do we have to do? Get Galeria selected. Stop Ulpius from dying. Yes. Okay, we know where the Greek plaque is. We just need to get our boy Galeria selected for that. Okay. Seems like that's what it is.
Fortunes smile on you, sister. Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked.
How is it possible that I know everyone? I'm reliving the same day over and over again.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
Like Sisyphus? How so?
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp a fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pellades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever.
That's what those were
Right
for.
side,
Okay,
at least
okay.
you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Go on.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
Oh yeah, so Orlov, I got an achievement for finding all 4 of those cameos, I guess. Thanks, you're a good man, Galerius.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Like up at the temple, they have a they have a guy.
Salve
One
again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
They have a golden statue pushing a rock. Oh, I never talked to him about his story. That's sad. What's your story, Galerius?
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small
British.
village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. Sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young, and it was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. Never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again.
I'm glad things worked out.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began, with Don't you worry. Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
Sure.
Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Do you know a way out?
Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius' daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know?
What do you think about the election?
I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life.
Ever thought about running yourself?
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me.
If Malleolus runs, he's gonna break the rule and kill us all.
And how could you... Oh, wait. You've seen it in another time loop, haven't you?
Galerius, you're so
Well,
cool.
In that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
Deal.
All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Okay, well let's out Malleolus as a Christian. This was not the correct path.
Thank you. Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want?
Hey, Quinctius. My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgus. You seem to have me confused with someone else. You have, one green eye and one blue eye. Just like, you know, this description in the execution order from Emperor Nero. Isn't that funny?
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Apparently Quinctius also suffers from delusions of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
I will prove it to you.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
I'll be going now.
I trust you can see yourself out.
Well, something like that. It's time to investigate your wife further.
You're not supposed to be in here.
I know. Where are your valuables?
Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed. Do I need to call Domitius?
Hmm. So we need to prove that Malleolus is not as he seems.
Thank you. Thank you. I am. Delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
It's true, we don't know that he's Christian. Yet. Oh, we're gonna need to save Ulpius for that one, aren't we? Okay. We have our game plan.
No more should you walk on eggshells, feeling simply to live and breathe because the tyrant Citius told you it was forbidden. Yes. My first act, yes, magistrate. I hereby announce.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers?
Okay. I also want to get here. What's up these stairs? Oh, there's not. Those are not stairs. What's up these stairs? Ah, okay.
Right. Did you steal it from the gods?
Okay, because damn it, I can't kill Galerius, but I do need to break the rule so I can try and get in there. Okay.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his three.
Sorry, not sorry.
Braying.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay, lots and lots of money. Cool. I feel satisfied. Although, not that satisfied, because I apparently can't leave. I'm very glad that that worked. Okay, wait, Orlov, from where I was, that wasn't the suboptimal path. Like, generally it was suboptimal, but like, from where I was, it was pretty optimal.
Salve, friend. Mind telling...
Need to take care of some things, urgently.
Yulia? Oh no. Poor Virgil. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. I'll go, but once I'm done...
Galerius, you're so cool. So how are we gonna find Proserpina? That's a question. I'm feeling a bit on edge.
That's good, in a sense. If you're not on edge, well, we've all been. I used to lay away. I still.
I'm looking for a Roman plaque that was removed from the
Even
obelisk.
if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you.
Fair enough. I'll be going now.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, P.S. What?
Why do
I'll talk to him. Is this what Scintilla would want?
you know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
You wouldn't believe me.
Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over.
Maybe I can solve your problem.
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Lucretia was able to get some drugs. She's gonna be fine.
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
Yeah, I do.
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then?
No, you'd be free.
You'd do that for us? Couple of complete strangers.
Of course.
It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed.
Here's your money.
Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back.
Don't worry about
I'll
it.
go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
There's Sisyphus. It's called a shortcut. I could have taken the better shortcut. But... well, yeah, she's busy praying to... what's-his-face, you know?
Citizen.
She doesn't have time for that. Wait, where did he go?
Welcome.
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Hi.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Shalom.
Right, yeah, Hebrew, because yeah, okay, that makes sense, because Christianity hasn't become Latin yet, right. What's your story?
You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river, and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts, and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins?
Good on you for risking your life to help others.
A lot of good it did me. And that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them.
I'm not gonna ask that. Who are you gonna vote for?
Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me.
Fair enough. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Not my god. That's for sure.
Good question.
Thanks. I just wish there was a way to find out.
I'll be going
All right,
now.
friend. Thanks for the chat.
Okay. So that did not really give me any dirt on
Welcome.
Malleolus.
Feeling all
I mean, I'm glad we did it, but
Thank you.
maybe Yulia will have some more dirt on Malleolus. Maybe I should go over to the Roman, or to the Christian place again. Which is this way. Not that way, this way.
May Apollo keep you safe. Oh, shiny.
What's to the left here? Oh, this is... okay, I see. And what's to the left here? Many stairs. A bottle of wine. Huh. Note from Livia, this place is called Accursed. Tychius offers up sinners to be torn, stretch out over 9 fields. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you. You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Ixion turns and follows after himself and flees, and the 49 Belides, who dared to plot the destruction of their cousins, their husbands, fetch again, with incessant labor, the water they have lost. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Okay, so this is like Livia's kind of like sad girl hangout spot. Why were you sparring when the rule came into effect? Oh, this is another path into the Christian place without having to talk to... without having to get the key. Cool. Jesus fish. So really nothing else here. Okay. Oh, I can't not take it. Okay, sure. Hmm. Okay. Would hope there would be something more there. We got an achievement out of it, which is nice, I guess, but... Yeah, possibly, Orlov. Except that's not quite how that works, because the time loop is directly a result of Proserpina and of Sentius being a fuckboy. So. Okay. We need more dirt on Meliodas.
Citizen.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Yeah.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers?
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in.
Why don't you withdraw from the election?
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Because as soon as you win, you're going to break the golden rule.
Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden rule.
You're going to arrest Sentius for treason and sentence him to death by gladiatorial combat.
How could you possibly know that?
I know all your secrets.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
So that did not work. We can try our last dialogue option with you, though I doubt it'll help.
I'm not supposed.
I'll be going
I
now.
should hope this is outrageous.
Why are you still here?
I'll be going now.
Finally.
And by now, I mean after I look at your stuff. Maybe he's not Christian. Although, like... Maybe. How can I get dirt on him though? Wait, let's see. Is he Christian? Is he really? We have the bounty notice, right? He's a known associate of cultists. Okay, that's not really specific enough. Might be worth talking to Assassinal again. In which case we need to reset the day because... Yeah. Which is sad because... Like we need to have... Because money. I guess I do have enough money to do that 3 times. So that's probably fine. You know, maybe I do need, maybe I should just ask him that. Game? Yeah, I don't think I hit yes, but okay.
Domitius doesn't usually... My name is Marcus, and I like to...
I can't prove it to you yet, but I will.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true.
No.
I trust you.
More evidence linking those together. Maybe I can ask... Maybe I can ask them now. So where would our friends be?
Isn't the Great Temple
I hope you're
majestic?
coping.
You.
Sorry, was there some... Our priestess, Equitia, once told me it's the god's way of creating a city without sin. But if that's the case, then whichever god is responsible for it didn't think it through. I mean, all it really does is make bad people better at hiding their sins, and good people too frightened to stand up for themselves. I've seen Malleolus, Claudia, and Domitius make grown men cry. Romans. They don't cry easily. They've never physically hurt anyone. But the point is, they don't have to. They've got people running scared because everyone knows Malleolus is the favorite to win today's election.
I'm working on that.
Really? Then I hope fortune smiles on you, friend. Oh,
Can I help?
I doubt it. I mean, the election is today, and you've only just arrived. I just don't think there's enough time for you to do anything.
We'll see about
I
that.
suppose... All right.
Name's...
Sentius military man knows what he's doing?
No.
Okay.
See you around.
A new face. Are they? It must be. It'll be. But why do you?
I'd like to nominate Galerius.
I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow.
Okay.
Certainly. See.
A golden bow. Just
I
like
think
Apollo and
assassin might be our only shot. Damn it, Dooley, why can't you just give me the plaque? Doesn't matter. Sure, give me those arrows. The bounty notice says all loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer Tiberius Quintus Crispus, a citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. Maybe let me try telling Sentius about it.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
I thought I told you to get out of...
Okay.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here.
Okay, I can't think of anything to do, but...
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Wait, Orlov, did what survive the time loop? I guess it did. Hey, Ulpius, you're just who I wanted to talk to.
Shalom.
Do you know a way out of here?
I don't.
What's the unfinished
Well,
business?
neither. Sentius, I suppose. All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
Have I not been up here?
They follow their trades,
Beer?
imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
It's locked. Huh.
I love your... You stay away from my money! Oh, do us all a favour and drink hem...
I didn't even open it. Anyway, I guess I need to reset.
Daggers!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the One.
Poof. I think she's mad because I went up to her stuff.
Salve, friend. Oh. You look...
And give him this person 2,000 denarii.
Alright, of course.
And this one.
Poor Vert. I'll go, but...
I'm not even confident that this will work, but it's worth a shot, I guess.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you the Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new lady told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did. Another moment more and we would have lost her.
Can't stay. Places to be.
Okay. Given the fact that you can tell him to do that, I don't think this will actually work,
You have
but...
to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort. You have to do something. I have to hide. What?
Stop right there.
Yep, he's that guy.
Thank you for your...
No. That's not useful. I'm kind of curious to watch, but no, not useful.
What now? Whatever. Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? What?
I'm really not sure. What can we do about that? Okay, I guess we need to ask him first. Okay, that's not listed as optional. So we do need to actually ask him.
Domitius doesn't use... I My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean... And I like...
My mistake, never mind.
That's quite... I trust...
There's nothing there. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss. I really thought Yulia or Ophius would help.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
Oh, another one from... Oh, I wish I...
I found her. Your father's been keeping her tied up in the upper cistern.
What? Is this some kind of crude commoner joke?
No.
No, surely not. Father, is this true?
I'm afraid it is.
I don't understand. Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Because she found a way out. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's because you're never going to remember any of it. All I have to do is commit a sin, and the day will begin again. Watch this. I'm going to kill you now.
The many shall suffer.
Okay, he's very funny. I don't think so. I think there's just something that I'm missing. Yeah, there's nothing in the villa. Maybe I can try asking you again? I doubt it, but...
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk.
How would you like some help getting back? Here this was it, Orlov, this was it. So we needed to ask Malleolus about it and then come up here and then because the one time that I did that in that order before, I then told her I was going to rob her, which was not smart. But anyway, here we go. How'd you like help getting back at Malleolus?
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
I don't think he's who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Just a hunch. I was hoping we could figure out his true identity together.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
I want to force him to withdraw from the election.
To withdraw? Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad.
Demetrius!
Dang it. Women have to stick together, you know? Hashtag women.
Talk. But
We women have to stick together.
I couldn't agree more. One hand washes the other, as they say. But first, I need you to do something for me.
What?
I want you to bring me some wine.
Oh, hey, I
Just
have one.
One small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out?
Why do you want wine?
Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it.
Why can't you get it yourself?
You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room, and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware. And getting it won't be easy. So, you'll help me?
I have some wine right here.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
Quinctius to beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I am exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become the city's magistrate so that I may govern with wisdom and strength with you by my side.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's the person who started the fires in Rome. He's definitely not actually the person who started the fires in Rome. That was probably like some baking accident, because that's how that happens. But you know, he's a useful scapegoat, I guess.
What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
Too late.
What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers.
I didn't lie to you.
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
I'll be going now.
I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths.
I've been to the depths.
Outrageous.
They were nice. There's a cool guy there.
You again. What is it now?
Once you withdraw from... Wait, which one should I do? Hang on.
I trust you.
I wonder that too, Orlov. Okay, withdraw.
You again. Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why?
And because I know you're Quinctius. Your wife gave me your love letter and Nero wants you dead.
So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you, what? One of Nero's assassins?
No.
So, you're not going to kill me?
Not if you withdraw from... Oh, I could have done that. And saved some goddamn cash. Oh well. Not if you withdraw from the election immediately and release everyone in debt bondage.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live?
I will.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Okay. Alright, now it's time to set up some extremely scuffed #democracy maneuvers. Where's our boy? Where's our boy? Where is he? Where's our boy? He's probably tending the farm. Let's go over to the farm. Vote for Galerius. Vote Galerius. Is he not at the farm? Where's Galerius?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Where is she? I heard the voice.
Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers
best
are
behavior, I
nominated
trust.
by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all. A new face.
Okay. The election.
Well, why do you ask?
I'd like to nominate Galerius.
Oh, what a good idea. He is a virtuous and decent man, after all. I happen to agree he'd make a wonderful magistrate.
Who's allowed to
All
vote?
of the male citizens who...
Women can't vote.
There are some... I can't, but if it's any...
Such
By
as?
using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Fuck people
Certainly.
to get their vote?
See you again.
Sure, I guess.
What is it, citizen?
Who you're voting for?
Not that it's any of your...
Yeah,
What?
that's what I thought. So we got one vote for you. I guess Domitius is going to be a question, but let's talk to these boys. Virgil.
Ah, a new face. I hear we...
Who are you voting for?
Galerius, definitely. All right.
Nice.
Nice to...
How'd you do? Hello there, friend.
I took it from the Shrine of Diana, only to discover you'd locked me inside with angry hornets. I managed to escape, and after a harrowing ordeal in the palace and traveling back in time, here I am.
Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun?
Who are you voting for?
Sentius, I suppose.
I'd like you to vote for Galerius.
Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing.
Would a gift change your mind?
Certainly. For a few thousand denarii.
Fine. Here's 3,000 denarii.
Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Yeah. No, it's good stuff. Anyway, I still have 3,000, which means I can free the people if needed. Fabia can't vote, so as much as I would like her to do that, it's fine. It's fine. Orlov, we have access to infinity money. I happen to know where 4,000 denarii is. In fact, we're fine. Okay, Dimidius, who are you voting for?
What now? I'm not go.
Okay.
What?
Orlov. Don't get attached to the money. Okay, let's just start the election now and see if we need to convince anyone else. But I think we're good. People like Galerius.
Oh, Vega. It'll be between. Why do you?
Can we start it now?
As I said, I'm.
Holding it early may prevent conflict between the voters.
Yes, I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Election starting.
Orlov, this isn't Vicky. Orlov, this isn't Fallout. I'm gonna get my 1,000 money though. Because it's way easier than the 4,000. Alright, so we're waiting for you.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Everyone loves Galerius.
You have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not.
God, Galerius, you're so good.
All get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Magistrate Galerius.
It's almost as if you're trying to extend my lifespan.
I'm as surprised as you, Orlov.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer?
Yep, that's me.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy.
Oh,
You
you're
can have
welcome.
my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious.
What was it?
He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please.
Alright.
Oh, thank you.
Below the Great Temple.
Hope you find it. Oh, look, maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here. Maybe nobody wants it.
Treasure does not exist.
Just take it.
Wait, don't.
Salve.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh no. Wait, hang on. I think my routing is terrible. Here. Yeah, let's take the unoptimal route because I know it works. It's fine because I picked up the plaque, Orlov. It's fine. Yep, Dooley tried to steal. Like, if we just had communal property, this wouldn't be a problem.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. All right, let me...
Yep.
What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message.
Yes.
go.
Okay, great. So now we have all the things. And we can head over there and see what's up. And then we can fix the other problems as well. I mean, well, they did canonically say that Al and us were the very last two people to be brought here, so. Some part of that canon would have to change. Okay, so that's all that's here. Scintilla again. So that's everything, question mark? There's still 2 endings to get. I guess the 2 endings will depend on what happens in this conversation, maybe? That's the Greek. That's the Egyptian. And that's the Sumerian. Nergal, the Fierce One, grant me an audience. Oh. I guess I had to pay attention to which was which. To like the architecture and where these people came from. Okay. I'll just reload. If they... Okay, yeah, I'll just reload. Actually, no, wait. Let's do the scuffed ending. Okay, where we fuck everything up. Pluto, bringing audience. No, okay, I guess it's not scuffed. I guess it just happens. Okay, Hades, grant me an audience. Okay, yep, so that was Sumerian. This is Greek. This is pretty Egyptian. Osiris, Lord of Silence, grant me an audience. Here, this one's Sumerian. Right? Yeah, this is Sumerian. Nergal. I guess I must have clicked Pluto instead of Nergal there or something? I don't know. This one, grant me an audience. This is an elevator. Yeah, I don't know, maybe something weird happened with the first one. Maybe they just let you pass the first one somehow. Okay, they just picked everyone. I don't like this. Damn it, it was fucking aliens.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
What's your story?
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
You're a god?
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey.
Why are you a man?
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
May I see your true form?
No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
Who's the woman on your left?
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians.
She has
Isis
no
to the
animation.
Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpine to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long.
Who's that on your right?
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish.
What is this place?
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
Loses a bet. Creates the cycle of death and rebirth. What was the wager?
That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him that he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
Who are your kin?
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names.
Okay, shut up.
Our leader,
Yep, you're just naming guys. Yep. Who built the city?
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
How'd you decide who comes here?
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind would have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpines along with it.
How did humans learn about the underworld?
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker.
Gilgamesh?
To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named
I know,
Orpheus,
right, Orlov?
and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course.
Are you the Golden Rule?
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
Why gold?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity. Silent golden sentinels.
So you destroyed all these lives.
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
Where'd these bows come from?
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
What's a sin?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
Doesn't seem like you've been upholding it either.
Enough. You clearly know nothing.
How do you know when people sin?
I'm able to commune with all the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
Am I required to ask this question?
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
Yeah, she specifically told me that earlier. No reason.
Then what an odd question.
I've seen some terrible things here that you didn't consider a sin. How could you let them happen?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? Or are you going to give me an example?
Debt bondage?
You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
You wouldn't want to be trapped in a 30-year labor contract because of a loan based on a fraud that he and a business partner committed?
And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others.
I disagree with that.
Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
I am right, and you know
Then
it.
your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue.
Enough talk. I'm ending this.
Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon?
You may be immortal, but your beloved isn't.
How dare you threaten her? This ends now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay. Interesting. Alright, that was their loading. Okay, where's the thing on the other side? Great. Please don't shoot me. This is even the good path. Yeah, it's not a great path, but it'll do. I could have ziplined, but whatever. Wait, let me zipline. Game. Thank you. Is the right path? No, this is a layer too low. Let's make this work.
Salve, friend. Yulia. Oh. All right. I'll...
Okay. So we have her crown now, which is neat, I guess. And then I guess we'll do this again. Yeah. Yeah, I think it just bugged out by letting me go through, honestly.
And here you are. No goal, but the one, and what is more, that they will first.
See this? It's Prosperona's crown.
I would recognize that anywhere, and yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it?
I took it from her after I killed her in another timeline.
You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it.
I didn't want to kill her, but if you don't put an end to the golden rule, I'll do it again.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated
Well, what's it gonna be?
I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
We just want to return to the world.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
Why?
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
So is this ending 3 or ending 4?
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Hey, Al.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Sahil.
Know who you are. I barely remember how I got here myself. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place. And I'm fairly certain, fortunately, apparently there was a community of they believed that if even one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
These Romans are crazy.
I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
How'd you do it? Wait, how'd you find it this time?
I'm gonna pause here for a moment. You go on ahead.
It's not actually a good idea. Because, one, we all died anyway. And two, like, it's fine. Like, they're out of coins. No one's coming here again.
You're back! But... you're... why don't you tell me...
I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find That my role.
How did I die?
Most so ask you as you were unfortunately as you were near you both fought there was no he died that man you were each in
Pluto said the coins Al and I had were the last in existence. What does that mean for you?
it means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
What's so special about these coins?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of
Okay, same thing. Yes, Pluto mentioned my coin was the last in existence.
It
Yep.
means there is
Cool. Can you return us to the land of
I
the
see
living?
no point in keeping you here. But I have
This is
to
the
ask
same.
one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al!
Kinda lost track of time in there. And there was a
Sounds like quite a story. You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you?
One year later. In some kind of museum.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Okay. Of an unknown man in an inscrutable pose. One hand seems to welcome and the other warns. What?
You're finally here. Remember me?
What? What?
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
You're with Equitia now?
I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're gonna be around, we'd love to see you there.
Sure. What are you doing with yourself?
Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
It's good to see you
Of
again,
course,
Galerius.
there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Oh, hello.
Assemble as many people as possible in the museum?
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you.
Yeah, good to see you.
You're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work.
What are you doing with yourself?
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. We're just so thankful.
How's Livia?
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
I'll do that. Good to see you again. Hey, Dooley.
Hello, I'm Dooley.
I remember you.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place.
It is the bad place.
I didn't like it.
I'm sorry you never found your treasure.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing.
Story boxes are great, aren't they?
Yeah, they're fun.
What are you doing with yourself?
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
Good to see you again,
Bye-bye.
Dooley.
Hey.
Horatius became in the
Hi,
U.S.
I'm
Army?
Horatius.
Like the Italian Army, I guess?
I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. And reuniting Centilla with us as well. So, thank you.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
Sorry you never got to see your girl again.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
Well said.
Thanks. Oh, and I don't know if you've heard, but a few of us are going for drinks later. It'd be nice to, chat with you some more.
Sounds good.
Right.
Whatever happened to Domitius?
He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
That's a shame.
Perhaps.
Good to see you
See
again,
you at drinks
Horatius.
later, I hope.
Hey.
Cavalry helmet, Roman shield. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. Just give me a minute.
Oh, there she is.
Relief of Proserpina. God.
It's you.
A Lararium.
Hey, I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming.
Good to see you again.
Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. You know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course,
wait, is
I
that a
mostly
good
just
thing?
stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
What happened to Sentius?
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
I think he just deserves to die. That's a little bit much. Yeah, he did some real nasty shit. But like, just let him die. I don't.
I try not to think about him at all.
Sure. All right. Well, it's good to see you again, Cynthia.
You too. See you around.
You're the Oracle, right?
You can just call me by my name, I guess.
Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
It's very weird having someone with a British accent talk about how she moved to London to study English at university. Like, girl. But, yeah, Fresh Eyes sounds wonderful.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
Whatever happened to the fucking fuckers?
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
I think, yeah, you're allowed to feel that way.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Whatever happened to Aurelia?
Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
A thinking emoji. I foresee terrible disappointment in her future.
Really? Huh. I feel better already. Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there.
I'll take you up on that.
I hope so.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you.
Hello.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So...
what are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
Good to see you.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
You literally never met me.
Hey.
Yorios.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
Good to see you too.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful.
Why are you calling your name the Latin way when you're not even in Rome anymore?
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
Consider me there, bud. Good to see you again.
You too, my friend.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia.
Hi,
I
Fabia.
wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure.
You're welcome.
I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night.
What are you doing with yourself, Fabia?
It's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
You know, good for you, Fabia. Fucking good for
Thank
you.
you. I really am. You too.
Magnificent museum, is it not?
Hey, the Greek guy.
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Hello.
We've met before, though I wouldn't expect you to remember.
We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century.
I wouldn't consider that the 21st century if I was
And
Greek.
it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again.
I guess Proserpina knew. Maybe. Good to see you
My
again.
sincere thanks once again.
Bathtub. Yep, this is your bed. Wait, that has been converted into a bed. No, it hasn't. This is no longer a bed. It is your bathtub bed, yes, but it's no longer a bed anymore.
Good
Hey,
evening.
Octavia. Congrats. Your religion
hello.
won.
Lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Sounds like a noble cause.
Thank you. That means a lot. And you?
Nothing about Christian. Oh, okay. Sure. Hey, Livia.
Greetings.
Good to see you looking well.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all.
Hello there.
In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until I'm well enough to be independent again.
Wait, hang on. These are fucking Australian devs. Why did they say the New World? Is Australia part of the New World? I don't consider Australia to be part of the New World, but you do you, I guess, devs. Read any good poems lately?
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit.
Woo,
Men
go
have
Baltimore.
called me
Woo,
mad,
go Baltimore.
but the question is not
Woo.
yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
Well said. Good to see you again.
Farewell, friend.
Some soiree, innit?
Why do you get to be here?
Oh, hello at last. You must be the Oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
Don't, please do not thank me.
Such a acerbic wit. I love it.
What are you doing with yourself?
I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market.
Oh,
That's where the real
no.
money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the Oracle and Future Seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
Okay, 2021, you should invest in Zoom. I think Zoom would be a great investment for you. But I also wouldn't help you even if I could.
Don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
DVD, yeah, get that Blockbuster.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a bloody fortune.
Okay, bye.
Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
It's weird that there's no tip that's like actually maybe genuinely helpful. Like there's no choice, I feel. Kabosh, hello.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle.
Thank you. That means a lot to me, actually.
You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place.
This is not a military jacket, Orlov.
This world is truly wondrous.
It's like a biker jacket or something.
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
Sounds like you've earned it.
Indeed.
Good to see you again.
Thank you, Oracle.
Anubis. Rufius. Hey, do you have any thoughts on Christianity?
Nice to meet you.
Wait, why are you standing? Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, did they actually? Wait, what? Wait, what? Good to see you too, Rufus.
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff.
What were you doing with yourself these days?
I live with Virgil in Rotterdam.
Oh my god, I was right. Fucking enemies to lovers, Yowie, I was right.
Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time.
The statues really were watching us.
Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant.
Gotta stay vigilant, more like, but unfortunately true. Good to see you again.
You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Hi, Virgil.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow.
Orlov, I think it's text. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets, full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are.
It's good to see you again, Virgil.
You too. As Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Yeah. I was joking. I was fucking joking.
Hello there.
Hi, Scintilla.
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him.
Sounds like he got what he deserved.
Mm-hmm.
What are you... I can't rightly say that I didn't know what was happening when I specifically avoided her for the sake of getting more endings. What are you doing with yourself, Gabriella?
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
Might just do that. Good to see you again.
Thanks. You too.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius.
Good to see you too, Ulpius.
I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt.
What are you doing these days?
I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope? And missed out on all of this. So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way. Sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
Glad you're happy.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
Good to see you, Ulpius.
You too.
Okay, maybe it's just the fact that I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, but like, I don't think the game earned this. This ending is not good. This ending is not good.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Hi, Carrot. Wait, hi.
Sorry if I frightened you.
Proserpina?
Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
I recognize that voice.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
You were whispering to me all along?
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
You did what you could. You made the time loop?
I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him that prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier, he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did.
What happened to Pluto?
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
What happened to Kara?
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day.
Nice meeting you.
And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Yeah, where's Navina? Navia? The one who peeled them. What happened to her?
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
And Gilgamesh. Did you just forget about Gilgamesh? This is... They just forgot about Gilgamesh. They explicitly talked about Gilgamesh, and then they threw away Gilgamesh. I mean... It was a good game right up until we saw the Ancient Aliens bullshit. Right up until then, it was really good. And then it's just, why? Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? God. It's almost 4 a.m. Orlov, go to sleep. Death said you also go to sleep. It's past midnight. They wrote themselves into a corner, but it's not like they could have just had him be, they could have just had like a throne room thing, you know? It didn't need to be like that. I'm gonna wait for the credits to finish, but like, actually no. We already saw the credits. We already saw the credits. God, that was such a disappointing ending to such a good game. I don't even know how I feel about it anymore. Navia, whatever. What happened to her? Sure. Why did I stream for almost fucking 7 hours? God. My head hurts. Okay, alright, that's good enough. Thank you for watching, everyone. Good night.